Good evening. We will call the June 25th meeting of the Ramona Unified Board of Trustees to order. We will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Maya, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is to recognize that we do have a quorum. We have one board member missing. This was a pre-planned absence. So we have 4 members in attendance. Next item on the agenda are public comments regarding items that are specifically listed on the closed session agenda. We have no speaker slips and we have no members of the public in the audience to turn them in. And then now we will adjourn to closed session. We hope to be back at 7 p.m.
I'll see you there.
Uh-oh. What'd I do with the readouts? Got him? No?
Check the room.
I don't think I left them there. I think I put them in a bunch of, the rest of my documents. Yeah, maybe if you would go look.
Yeah, I sure will.
How did they disappear in 10 minutes?
Instead of that little tiny picture of the page. And you can click on these to make it very clear. So tap the head and it jumps to that item. But they'll time out if you want to go over this tab now, which is what you want to go for experience and lesson. Yeah, for sure.
All right, bear with me, I lost something.
Oh, we lost Brian too. Is he looking for the same thing you're looking for?
He is.
Oh, okay.
Ah. All right. I did find him. Whew. Got him. Thank you for taking that wild goose chase on my behalf. All right, thank you for your patience and your forgiveness while I was looking for something that I misplaced. I would like to call this meeting to order and welcome everybody to the June 25th regular board meeting of the Ramona Unified School District Board of Trustees. We are going to start this off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Tori Long, to lead us in the pledge since this is her last meeting with us.
All right, stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is to recognize that we do have a quorum present tonight. We do have one board member absent. That would be Mr. Dome. Next item on the agenda is to read out actions that were taken in closed session. In closed session tonight, on a motion of trustee Don Perfect, seconded by trustee Dan Summers, the board voted to approve the settlement agreement in a special education matter with the following roll call vote. Those who voted aye were Darren Drum, Don Perfect, Dan Summers, Maya Phillips. There were no votes in opposition and no members abstained. Next item on, next readout for closed session is, in closed session on motion of trustee Don Perfect, seconded by Dan Summers, the board voted to approve a settlement agreement in OAH case numbers, 2026-06-0071 and 2026-04-0006 with the following roll call vote. Those members who voted aye were Darren Drum, Don Perfect, Maya Phillips, and Dan Summers. There were no members in opposition and no members abstaining. Next item on the agenda is R, instructions for addressing the governing board. The Ramona Unified School District welcomes your participation at governing board meetings. To assist in conducting an orderly and efficient meeting, please observe the following procedures. Complete an orange request to be heard card to address the board regarding a consent calendar item, a specific agenda item, or during public comment. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each with a total of 15 minutes allotted per item unless adjusted by the board president. Speaker cards must be submitted to the recording secretary prior to the beginning of the applicable agenda item. Late cards will not be accepted. Comments should be directed to the governing board and presented in a respectful manner. Public comment is provided for topics not listed on the agenda and is subject to the same limitations, time limitations. Next item on the agenda is approval of tonight's agenda. This is an action item.
I'll move approval of tonight's agenda.
I would like to pull items F1, C9, H1, and H4 from the consent agenda to consider them
Could
separately.
you repeat that? I got C9, F1,
H1 and H4.
H1,
1 and H4.
H4. Okay.
I'll ask the maker of the motion if she's willing to amend her motion to reflect that request.
Sure.
Okay? Is there a second for that motion?
Will second?
Got a motion and a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item C7. This is public comment on consent calendar items marked with an asterisk on this agenda. Members of the public may address the governing board regarding consent calendar items prior to the board action on the consent calendar. If you have comments on a consent item, looks like the answer is going to be no. We will move on to the next item on the agenda. Next item on the agenda is item C8. This is the approval of the consent calendar.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. I'd like to pause and turn this portion of the meeting over to Dr. Thurman, our superintendent.
I'd like to welcome our newest member to the cabinet team. We have Michelle Howe-Felton with us tonight, and we are very excited that you're here. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Michelle comes to us from Lemon Grove and has outstanding references and comes from a very hardworking background there from what we hear from all of her reference checks and listening to her in several interviews with us. So we're just excited you're here. Thank you for coming tonight. We're really excited to have you start. I believe the start date's early August, so we're looking forward to that. So welcome tonight. Thank you very much and congratulations.
So we had an opportunity to meet with Michelle in closed session, and Michelle, you came across very genuine, very kind, and very hardworking. So welcome to Ramona Unified, and thank you for choosing Ramona, and I hope you're here for a long, long, prosperous career.
Very
Darren, what's her name on the personnel agenda? No, okay.
Differently because she's a superintendent in her title.
Okay.
So, and there are, I believe, one or two agenda items later on in the agenda where we will have another conversation. But thank you for coming and welcome to the district. Next item on the agenda is item C9. This is the approval of the June 11th, 2026 board meeting minutes. Oh, that was on consent. Disregard.
No,
No,
I
she
pulled it
pulled
off
it.
consent.
Oh, that's one that you pulled.
Yeah, she pulled
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah. So I pulled this item to make small correction to the minutes from the June 11 board meeting for agenda item H8, approval to award proposal for photographer services. The current minutes state it was moved by member Maya Phillips and seconded by Dan Summers that the approval the award proposal for photography services, such and such, be approved. However, the board specifically approved the award to Live Touch Photography following the staff's formal recommendation. There were 5 photography companies that submitted their proposals, but after the evaluation process, staff recommended only Live Touch Photography. I made the motion to approve after Assistant Superintendent Tori Long presented that specific recommendation. To accurately reflect the board's action, the minutes, I think, should clearly show that the contract was awarded to Live Touch Photography, as recommended by staff. So I submitted few options how it could be phrased and reflected in the amended minutes. For example, it could say, following staff presentation and recommendation by Assistant Superintendent Tori Long to award the contract to Live Touch Photography, highest score proposal. It was moved by a member, Maya Phillips, and seconded by Dan Summers to approve the staff recommendation. Something like this. I submitted 4 different options how it could be phrased to Corina 3 weeks ago to pick which one. Another option could be a little longer. Assistant Superintendent Tori Long presented staff's recommendation to award the photography services contract to Live Touch Photography for the 2026-27 school year, with the district retaining the option to execute up to 4 additional 1-year extensions. It was moved by member Maya Phillips and seconded by Dan Summers to approve the staff recommendation regarding RFP number such and such. Number 262701, for example. So I move approval of the minutes with the correction, either one correction I proposed.
I think I'm understanding you to say that when we're approving these services, whether it's this one or the next one that was Thrive Services, is it your intention that the vendor selected would be mentioned by name in the meeting minutes?
Well, because when I moved approval, I did not move approval just to approve anything.
Somebody, you were approving a specific.
Yeah, I approved a specific Live Touch. That's what we discussed. That's what was recommended. That's what I had in mind when I moved approval.
Sure.
And it has to be reflected in the minutes in some shape or form. And it was not.
So my question was that it was just a clarifying question about Board Member Phillips' intention here, where it says that approval to award proposal for photography services with the RFP number. I believe what she wants to see there is who we're approving for those services, not just that we approved services. Is that correct?
Yes, because discussion was...
Regardless of the words we pick, is your intention that the vendor that we select be mentioned in the meeting minutes by name?
That's correct. That's what was discussion about. That's what I had in mind when I made my motion.
Okay. And then would that be the same for the next item, H9, where it says approval to award proposal for Thrive Services? And we had some vendors that were provided, and we approved vendors.
I didn't say anything about H9.
That would you like to see consistency in the meeting minutes moving forward, where when we approve a vendor, that vendor is mentioned by name in the meeting minutes. That way somebody who reads our meeting minutes would know that we approved Live Touch, not that we just approved photography services.
That's a great idea, because if we have a list of vendors that you are selecting from, it needs to be reflected in the meeting minutes which one we picked.
Right. Who we picked.
Whom we picked.
Just that we selected.
Yeah, we approved, because it's meaningless. We approved what exactly? There's a whole list of vendors.
I agree. So I believe Maya's motion was to change the wording of H8 to reflect that we selected Live Touch for photography services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I will second that.
I just need to add really quick, we would need to, if you could write down some of those specifics to send them to us, because we've had this happen before where it wasn't accurately
It is not my
with
preference that the board member create the wording for the meeting minutes, merely that it be our practice that we mention the vendor selected in our meeting minutes moving forward.
So we will go and listen to the recording so we make sure we have the accurate information, but we've had this situation in the past where what was presented and approved here was not accurately portrayed in the board meeting, and we want to make sure it's specific.
I'm merely saying this time that it mentioned that we selected Live Touch Services for photography as our vendor. And procedurally, this is not part of the motion, but procedurally, moving forward, when we select a vendor and take an action that way, that our meeting minutes reflect the vendor that we selected, not just that we selected one.
I can
Yes.
quote what Tori Long said. Tori Long said during the meeting, based on the evaluation process, Live Touch Photography received the highest overall score of such and such number. Therefore, staff recommends awarding the photography services contract to Live Touch Photography for the 2026-27 school year, with the district retaining the option to execute up to 4 additional one-year extensions. After that, I said, I move approval.
So in the end, I don't want all those words. What I think you're intending is that LifeTouch be specifically
Yeah,
mentioned
yeah.
as the vendor selected in item H8. That's your motion, yes?
Yes, I just...
And that is what I'm seconding.
Okay.
And we will absolutely take care of that if that's the accurate portrayal from the board meeting when we
Sure.
listen to the transcript. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, just, hello?
Are you on?
Oh, I'm on. Hello? Just to make sure that we,
Jeremiah needs a cape for these meetings.
right,
like,
thank you, sir. If you just give that one
Swooping in to
Brian.
save the day.
So,
Thank you.
just to make sure, what Dawn said, that she seconded, I don't think is exactly what you said, but you agreed that what she suggested was your motion.
The motion was to add Live Touch to move the minutes.
And that's the motion? Okay, any questions or comments for staff? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
And add Live Touch, and then, in the future, can we please have a vendor listed in the minutes?
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you, guys.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda
We're on D1.
is D1. Just want to make sure, this has been my challenge in the past. Item D1 is a report from California School Employees Association, Chapter 733. No report to give tonight. Thank you, sir. Next item on the agenda is item D2. This is a report from the Ramona Teachers Association. Not seeing anyone present to deliver a report, we will move on. Next item on the agenda is item F2. This is a report on the California School Dashboard Local Indicators.
Do we,
I1 is pulled. F1 is pulled. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
wait, and
Appreciate
did we have any public comment? E1?
Nope, we don't.
Okay.
No cards.
So thanks.
Next item on the agenda is actually item F1. This was pulled from
Yes.
consent. This is approval of representative to the Community Advisory Committee for the North Island Special Education Region, Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA, 2026 through 2029. Board Member Phillips, you asked for this to be pulled. I'll turn it over to you.
Just very small remark. Name number 2, Rachel. I think it's also, last name is misspelled. I think last letter in the name should be E, not Z. That's how she spelled her name on the next sheet. So I don't think it's Rachel Schutz, it's Rachel Chute. Okay. Also, what I noticed, 2 people on that list are also not only parents, but also employees of the district. For example, Snezhana Mazur is listed as a parent, but she's also a special ed teacher in the district. Kathleen De La Cruz, not only a parent, but she's also district employee administrative assistant, which is completely legal to list somebody as a parent even if they're employees. But I think the best practice would be for transparency to reflect dual roles of that particular person. So I would like to propose to indicate they're both roles, let's say parent/teacher or parent/employee or something like this for transparency. So I move approval with indicating dual roles for Kathleen De La Cruz and for Snezhana Mazur, indicating both parent/teacher and parent/whatever employee of the district that they are, for transparency as a best practice.
Is there any reason why
we would not be able to do that?
It's just information that we would provide the SELPA.
Okay, I will second that, and I do want to just ask clarifying, in the subject, the heading of this, it says Advisory Committee for the North Island Special Inland, I think, isn't it inland? Okay, so it's a typo or a misspelling.
Yeah, misspelling, fix misspelling too, okay.
All right,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions for staff or comments? I have a question. This is not our form. Let me ask this question. Is this our form?
No. The green sheet is our document, but the actual form that you see is not our form.
is it wrong on there too?
No.
Okay.
No, but I think I have an issue changing somebody else's form as a district. I'm okay with it if they agree to it, but I don't think I'm comfortable asking North Inland Special Education Region to, I don't think I'm comfortable telling them they have to change it. I'm comfortable asking them to change it.
It's just a description of the relationship that these individuals have with us. It's what we write on the line, not changing what lines they provide.
No, the description of their position is printed on the form. The names and
I see.
information are written in hand.
Right.
So,
But did we type those in? They typed those in.
I think it's easy for us to do an attachment to it just to disclose for transparency. If a staff member is also a parent or if a parent is also a staff member, it would just be an additional information item for the SELPA. We wouldn't necessarily change their form. Just in all transparency, we would indicate that as we email them the form back with the board's approval.
We can also change our green sheet description on our green sheet.
If
We can-
Yeah, that's under our-
If we
under
move
our
down
control.
one page, then the audience will see what we're talking about. There we go. Thank you.
so,
Moving forward in after 2029, we can also ensure that for transparency purposes, the green sheet says both if it's a dual role person.
okay, do we need, do you think we can handle that through direction or in a request, or does it need to be amended in the motion? Brian?
You're asking.
I mean, I'm wondering that, but
I think we could put the other circumstance of the parents, but they're not serving in two roles. They're not serving in a parent role and a special ed teacher role. The roles that they are filling are spelled out here on the nicer list there. So they're not serving both roles. There are those other roles that are on here, but I think we could put those on there if we want, or off the side in parentheses, but I think it's important to understand these parents are serving in these roles that are listed here that align with this form.
Then why did they put their district email addresses on the form if they're only serving as a parent in that role? Well, shouldn't have they put their private email addresses on the form then, if they're not serving in the official capacity?
Just because they put their district email, that's just where they want to be contacted at. That's not them trying to tell you that they're an employee.
That's what makes it a conflict, because it's official district email, but they're serving in parent role. I see, I don't think it sits well with me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so in the future, we could ask anybody who has two hats to be very clear as to which hat they are wearing when serving in this role. And, yeah, I think that's fair. So,
One particular role.
yeah, but I'm also okay with us as a district putting them, that they are an employee of the district, although we're not asking the people who work at Stater Brothers to state where they work, but I do see a question. So, are we comfortable moving forward with this as a request and direction to add a a second document that says, hey, FYI, these people, these individuals are employees of the district. However, they are not serving as district representatives on this committee.
So I would say that we need to approve the form as NYSER has it in front of us, and then take direction outside of the motion that would say we would accompany an information, email or document to the SELPA, our SELPA, letting them know that these are also in full transparency. These are parents and also employees of Ramona Unified.
I can get behind that. Okay.
Does that fit our motion?
Don't know.
I don't believe so, because I believe Ms. Phillips asked for it to
I'll withdraw
indicate
my
on
second.
the form.
Okay. So is there a second for Ms. Phillips' motion? Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there an alternative motion?
I'll move that we approve the representatives as provided in the agenda.
I will second that. And then we can continue the conversation after the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
I would request that district staff follow the procedure as outlined by
Right.
staff 30 seconds ago.
And are we not able to find people who are parents that are not also employees?
I think at the time when this was being solicited, school was out, and it was hard to get a hold of parents, and these people were easier to get a hold of in all transparency.
Yeah, I don't love it.
Me neither.
Okay, thank you.
Done, one person is a parent only, although former employee of the district.
Yeah,
One of them.
I don't love that. I think it's cleaner if we can find people who wear just the one hat.
And in many cases, when people are reached out to and they don't respond, and we have to have something by the June 30th date,
Sure.
that's our backup plan.
Okay, understood. Moving on, next item on the agenda is item F2. This is a report on the California School Dashboard Local Indicators.
Good evening, Board. As we have talked about each year, we bring forward our California Dashboard Local Indicators at the same board meeting as our LCAP plan. You also are very aware in Ramona Unified, we do not wait till the end of the year to share our local indicators. So what you have seen in the 2026 local indicators that are attached to the green sheet tonight are information that you have already seen throughout the entire school year. A lot of this is local data, assessment data. It is LCAP data that we shared shortly after the LCAP survey. The one indicator that is new that you are seeing in front of you right now that we haven't shared before, and that happens every June, is when we're talking about facilities. On page 4 is where we are indicating those facility conditions. We haven't brought those forward to the board throughout the school year, and that indicates that 8 of our facilities do not meet the good repair standard. Other than that, within this document and throughout all of our presentations, you have seen evidence of the other items as well. Tonight,
Well, that stinks.
yes.
Thanks. Thanks for sharing.
This is an information item. If you have questions about any of these indicators, most of them you've already received presentations on, and this just summarizes those presentations you may have seen or been updated on throughout the school year.
So does our LCAP include a plan for remedying the facilities issues identified here?
In our goal number 4, that's where we outline the items for facilities that are under priority in our priority areas, and also in the budget presentation that we saw at the beginning of June, we saw an outline of all the different facilities projects that are on the docket, along with the costs associated with them. Mainly those were the roofs and fencing projects that are upcoming in Ramona Unified, though the maintenance of facilities are also a part of that.
Yeah, so how did we come up with the 8 that do not meet the good repair standard?
an outside entity comes into Ramona Unified and goes school by school, room by room, to evaluate our facilities, everything from lights, ceiling tiles, paint, asphalt, you name it. It is reviewed and it is marked, and depending on how many marks of deficiency we have, the score is calculated, and then we are determined to be in good repair, fair repair, poor repair. And so, unfortunately, in Ramona Unified, with the budget and the inability to pass a bond, we have not been able to modernize our facilities, or we do our best with what we have, and our maintenance team works really hard to get there, and we have improved over the 3-year LCAP cycle at this point, so that there is improvement. We went from, I think it was 0 in good repair to I think we're now in 1 or 2 in good repair this year. And we've had pours, and we don't have any pour right now.
Still hurts.
Yes, agreed. But there is some progress over the 3-year span.
So, and this might be something I should ask Brian about later, I don't know, but is there a way to see that report of the person that came in and evaluated each school site and those details?
Absolutely.
Because the board does approve these big projects. We don't approve the daily maintenance,
Absolutely.
item by item. And I don't know how I would feel if I saw that list, but I might be disinclined to do certain fencing or some other thing depending on what I saw on that list. I don't want to get in anybody's box on what their roles are, but 8 facilities that do not meet good repair, if skipping a fencing project could get those facilities in good repair, I might get behind that. I would need to see it.
Absolutely, we could share that in a future board report. All of the FIT reports are shared with our LCAP educational partners, so they dig into each of those reports during those LCAP meetings.
Right.
So absolutely, we can share that with the board.
But again, this is, how we see the LCAP tied to budget and the board's perspective on it, right?
Absolutely.
So if we're approving LCAP and we're approving budget, and budget includes something expensive, but in exchange we might have 6 school sites that fall into the good repair category if we were to skip something. Not that there is anything on there that doesn't need doing. Right. I'm not trying to imply that, just to make the right choice for the district.
Absolutely.
I would like that info.
Yeah, next week.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff on this agenda item? All right, we'll move on to agenda item F3. This is the approval of the 2026-2027 Local Control and Accountability Plan, also known as LCAP.
Board members, earlier this month, you had listened to me present on our 3rd year in the 3-year LCAP cycle, where we highlighted, in particular, any of the changes we made to the LCAP for the 26-27 school year, and also some conversation about how the LCAP and our new strategic plan will become in alignment in the upcoming year. So right now tonight we have the approval of the 26-27 LCAP for Ramona Unified. It's been available since shortly before the last June board meeting, and we are here to have you approve that item tonight.
Is there a motion? I'll move approval to approve the LCAP as written.
I'll second.
Any questions or comments? Any questions for staff or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item F4. This is the approval of the 2026-2027 Local Control and Accountability Plan Federal Addendum.
So in true California fashion, we have the local indicators paired with the local control and accountability plan paired with the federal addendum tonight. The federal addendum is where we outline our district or title funding, the federal funding that we use that is highly restricted, and the plan that is attached really has to be pinpointed for each specific title dollar and how we will use that money as we move forward. Again, these are highly restricted dollars that can't be used for just anything, and the plan that you have reviewed through that link just outlines that. The plans are both on the website along with the LCAP in both English and Spanish, and tonight is your opportunity to approve this federal addendum so we may use the federal funding for these items.
I'll move approval.
And I have a question.
Are you willing to hold your question until,
The
or
second.
if we get a second?
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. Maya, you have questions?
My question is not about LCAP itself, just something that I'm curious about because, for example, there's a link also to the Spanish version as well. And we have so many documents that are in English only. For example, the previous agenda item, there are some links. And I'm not asking to have all documents in Spanish. I'm just curious, what's the logic behind having some of them in Spanish and some not? Is it because it's a federal document or why?
No, actually, if you were to click the LCAP document, it would take you to the same page as the Spanish document is already on there. So we are required to put all of our documents.
All?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, in both English and in Spanish that have been approved for
But-
the LCAP. Yes.
So there's a law that requires all LCAP documents to be dubbed or duplicated in Spanish.
In English and in Spanish because of the English learners in our community. Just like a school site, when you hit a certain threshold of English learners on your campus, you have to have everything translated, all your
Everything?
flyers. Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, I just wasn't paying attention. We had everything
Mm-hmm.
else
Yes.
in Spanish. Okay.
Yes.
So impressed. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or comments for staff? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item G3. This is the oral summary of compensation for the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services. This is a long document, so please bear with me. But it's a required reading. So that means I got to read it, you got to listen to it. This matter is held in open session in a regular meeting of this board in accordance with the Brown Act. Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C, Subdivision 3, states that prior to taking final action on executive compensation, the board must orally summarize the recommendation for final action on the salary, compensation, and/or fringe benefits that will be considered. On behalf of this board, I will provide a summary of the compensation provisions in the proposed amendment to the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services contract. A copy of this proposed contract to which I am referring is in a summary available from the board secretary, Mrs. McMillan. After public comment, this board will consider and take action on the item. The proposed contract provides the following provisions regarding compensation. The term of this contract is August 10, 2026 through June 30, 2029. The Assistant Superintendent's salary for the 2026-2027 school year shall be grade 33, step 3 of the Ramona Unified School District Management Confidential Salary Schedule, which would total $172,641 annually in 2026-2027 for a full year of service, meaning July 1 through June 30, and shall be prorated for the term of this contract. The Assistant Superintendent shall be afforded the health and welfare benefits granted to the district's other administrative personnel on the same terms and conditions. For local business-related travel within San Diego County, the Assistant Superintendent shall receive a mileage stipend of $384.54 monthly. Reimbursement for mileage and travel outside the county shall be paid in accordance with board policy. The Assistant Superintendent shall be entitled to 21 days of vacation with pay annually for a full year service. The amount shall be prorated for August 10, 2026 through June 30, 2027. The Assistant Superintendent is entitled to all paid legal holidays as defined in Section 37220 of the Education Code, as well as those holidays declared by the Board of Education as local holidays. Do we have any comments from, any public comments on this action item before the board takes final action? All right, seeing nobody coming forward, this is an information item. Excuse me. Next item on the agenda is item G4. This is the approval of the employment agreement between Ramona Unified School District and the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services. Is there a motion?
Yes. So moved.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I will second, but I want to make sure that we have voted on her name, because I'm worried that her name was not on personnel. So what did we vote on that had her name on, that after which we congratulated her? So you told me something, but I missed it. What?
So the agenda item has her contract in it. We're voting on her contract. I'm being told that that is an approval of her in this position. It's different because it is a title of superintendent, which has to be done in this process. This is separate. If we hire a teacher, we don't read out the teacher contract.
Yeah.
Because it's an assistant superintendent, I can tell you by state law, we have to read that out, all terms and conditions of their contract before we, and give the public a chance to comment before we approve their contract.
That was not my question.
Okay?
My question was, after we voted on the consent agenda, which included approval of personnel, we congratulated the new assistant superintendent. So my question, what was the document in the consent agenda on which basis we
So
congratulated the new assistant
maybe
superintendent? So
we
make sure I
were
approved it
premature.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why I didn't understand
So
it. Okay.
perhaps we were premature before we approved the contract.
Yeah.
So,
Because I
take
understood.
it back.
Because I was a little worried when I realized, okay, I don't think her name was on it, because we usually have admin person on the consent agenda, that's personnel, and then we congratulate them.
Understood.
I understand it's not required to be approved, but that I thought, okay, what document was it that I missed? Okay,
So- Understood. So now we do have a motion and a second by you.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Now you're official.
All right, welcome aboard.
And welcome aboard. And we're happy to have you. After all that reading. All right, next item on the agenda is item G5, which is an oral summary of compensation for the superintendent of schools. This one's a little shorter. This matter is held in open session in a regular meeting of this board in accordance with the Brown Act. Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C, Subdivision 3, states that prior to taking final action on executive compensation, the board must orally summarize the recommendation for final action on the salary, compensation, and/or fringe benefits that will be considered. On behalf of this board, I will provide a summary of the compensation provisions in the proposed amendment to the superintendent's contract. A copy of the proposed contract amendment to which I am referring in this summary is available from the board secretary, Mrs. McMillan. After public comment, this board will consider and take action on the item. The proposed contract amendment, which includes a term extending through June 30, 2029, provides the following provisions regarding compensation. The superintendent's salary shall remain the same in 2025-2026 work year. However, the 2026-2027 work year only, the superintendent shall receive an additional 1% salary that is off schedule. In other words, the 1% increase for 2026-2027 is for 2026-2027 only and is not an ongoing increase. Do we have public comments on this action before the board takes final action? Seeing nobody coming forward, we will now move on to, that was an information item, we will now move on to approval, item G6. This is the approval of amendment to the employment agreement between Ramona Unified School District and Brian Thurman, the superintendent of schools.
I'll
This
move
is
approval.
a motion
I'll second.
and a second. Any questions or comments for staff?
Yes.
Okay.
So current superintendent's salary has been for a couple of years $239,540. Considering the drastic budget cuts our district is facing, I do not believe it's ethical or logical to approve any salary increases for anyone at this time, and it's not against anyone personally. It's based on a general principle that I have consistently reiterated with regard to all categories of employees. Given today's projected budget challenges, I believe we should exercise financial restraint. I voted against salary increases this year, and I'm going to do so again. I make a motion to adopt the agreement contract with superintendent as presented, with the amendment to exclude the 1% of scheduled salary increase.
We have another motion. Let's see if there's a second for hers.
We already have a motion and a second.
Let's see if there's a second for hers. Is there a second for hers? Motion dies for lack of a second. Let's go back to the original motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1, one absent. Next item on the agenda is item H1. Maya, you requested that this item be pulled from consent. I'll turn it
Yes.
over to you.
Yeah. Would like to discuss one contract that's related to a school site, and it's called Imagine Learning Map Path New Map Integration. So when I did my research and Googled it, found out that Map Path with the new NWEA integration from Imagine Learning, it's a screen-based digital learning program for students. It is an adaptive online intervention platform for math and reading that delivers personalized learning paths, instruction, practice, mastery checks, and progress tracking through a web-based interface. Students typically interact with it on computers, Chromebooks, iPads, or similar devices. I'm opposed to screens in the classroom. As more research comes out, more districts shift away from one-on-one device use. I make a motion to approve the contracted services as presented, excluding the Imagine Learning My Path contract for $10,000.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there a motion to approve item H1? I will move to approve item H1 as written. I will make a motion to approve item H1 as written.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1.
I do think we have some work to do, though, investigating this area and figure out if what we're doing is in alignment with best practices and have those conversations at some point moving forward, but not on tonight's agenda with this.
That aspect is becoming more prominent
I
every
agree.
day in the news.
I agree. We have a little studying to do.
So I see the superintendent nodding his head. That's on staff, and I've been told that they are working on that.
I figured.
All right, and that's appreciated.
Yes, thank you.
I think there's a lot of information that this board is interested in hearing.
Yeah.
All right, next item on the agenda is item H2. This is the presentation of proposed bus route changes for the 2026-2027 school year.
Well, I know she's an expert in transportation, but this is taking it to a new level.
Right? That's transportation.
Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, board members. I wanted
Thanks.
to introduce Kimberly Griffin, our transportation manager. She will be providing a transportation department overview as well as route changes for the next school year.
Okay. Thank you guys for having me today. I just wanted to propose a few changes to the 26-27 school year with some challenges that we will be having. I'm going to go over staffing and operational constraints and propose consolidation and station stops and a possibility of some removal of some stops. Last year we went and transported 959 students, 120 of them special ed with an increase from 98, with 839 general education students. We went from 17 bus drivers down to 13 and I have a possibility of it actually being 12 at the start of this year. We have 4 office staff. That is also going down to 2 office staff that are current bus drivers. So with that, we also started off the 25-26 school year 2 bus drivers down before we lost an additional total of 6, possibly 7. So last year, my office staff and myself drove 209 route days combined. So that would be myself, every office staff that is in my office, substitute drivers, let's see, and we are currently seeking to find 6 new bus drivers, 1 diesel technician. We are down from our lead mechanic who retired after 40 years, and 1 big constraint is our driver instructor is retiring Tuesday. So her last day is officially Tuesday. Let's see. So we're continually still getting recruitments, constantly with EdJoin advertising. Our biggest one is the banner on the bus at 67 in Messy Grade. That brings in a lot of Ramona people. We currently have 2 in the works of testing with CHP, so that will help. But with Anita retiring next Tuesday, we do have 4 that are in the works still that I'm going to have to send to other districts to help us with continuing the training purposes. I'm going to ask Tori to assist me on the alignment with the board policy and the administrative regulation. She just knows it a little bit better than I do.
Of course. So our current eligibility standards for general education students in our admin regulation 3541, it states that elementary students that reside greater than a mile from the school that they are attending will receive transportation services, with the exception of our school of choice. That does not apply for the school of choice students. And secondary students, currently the admin regulation says 2.5 miles for secondary students. However, right now we are serving secondary students at various distances, some below even 2 miles. So we're trying to align everything with our administrative regulation in order to be in alignment. These distances vary from district to district. This is district discretion. There isn't a legal requirement for the amount of distance for each of the grade spans. And as you can see on the screen in front of you, we have information with regard to, and this is on slide 6, we have information as to what other unified school districts in San Diego County, as well as Marietta Valley, what that it has some semi-rural areas as well, for you to see what the distances are for their middle school and high school students. And you can see that we are in alignment with regards to Poway for our middle school students, and utilizing the 2.5 miles for our high school has less of a distance with regards in comparison to San Marcos, Poway, and Marietta Valley. The only one that has a 2-mile marker for distances for both grade levels is Oceanside Unified. And we tried to get information from other comparable districts that are specifically unified around town. And now I'm going to transfer it back to Kim for the rest of the presentation.
And I'll go back to slide 5 as well. that the proposed 11 stops would affect 36 secondary students, and secondary students are middle school, high school. They fall within the 2.5, and some actually fall in the 2-mile radius as well. With that, the underutilized and inactive stops, we have a total of 3 stops that there are currently no students at right now. And those are 1556 Griffith Road, and we have 2 El Paso streets. One is El Paso and Lamar, and El Paso Street and Montecito Way. There is currently no one at those stops. So I am suggesting we remove them all the way, and then if students were to move in, we would reevaluate and make a station stop for the El Paso stop. We would make it at El Paso and Lamar as a centralized location that students can safely walk to. And then we would firmly remove Griffith as it is in the 2-mile walking distance for that. And then we are considering to move, instead of removing all the stops, like had suggested, is make station stops, centralizing them. So instead of Hope would now be Vermont would be the main stop, as it is the centrally located and everyone can walk to it in that location. Ash and Harper would walk to Elm Street, and then Montecito Way would go to Montecito Road and Hughes Street. And we've also had a 22% increase just in special ed last year. Almost as much of a decrease in drivers as we've had an increase in special ed. We've had a 24% decrease in drivers. We have to, with the loss of so many drivers, a total of 6, we would need to consolidate 4 routes, implementing station stops, removing unutilized stops, and adjusting secondary stops to the 2.5 from the 2-mile radius that it currently stands. And then we would still continue making sure by law that we're covering special ed, McKinney-Ventos, our non-publics, and our English learners. And then we are also trying to figure out how to continue using the athletics and field trips to provide able to contract out agencies if needed due to the lack of staff. And then our communication plan and proposed timeline is presenting the information to you guys tonight, developing and finalizing routes early July, and then mid-July, board receives parent notifications of stops, specific communications prior to being sent out. Mid-July, we would send out parent notifications and stop-specific communications, 4-week notice before school starts to make sure they have all the right information. And then August 17th, our route bidding for the start of the school year, and then we'll be implementing it on the day of school start on the 24th of August. And then mid-September, we'll do an operational review and see how everything is going. And then if you guys have any questions.
Yes. What number would be the full contingent of drivers? If you had a full contingent, what would that number be, and where are you now? And I know you're trying to make up the difference.
That's a great question. To be fully staffed, we would need a total of 19 drivers.
And you are where now?
We will be at 13, possibly 12.
Okay.
So we need a total of 7 drivers, full-time drivers.
Okay, I noticed when I read through your presentation on the buses, and thank you for all that hard work. It was a really good job. I noticed that there's a place where drivers bid on routes, is that accurate?
That is correct.
And if so, is it based on seniority?
Yes. So whomever is hired first, they would bid first on their hire date. It goes by hire date and how long that they've been in seniority. And we have an ongoing list in our office that we get from HR. You're welcome.
What makes people want to bid on one route over another?
It could be students, it could be hours. It really just depends on the person.
So they're not all the same number of hours per week?
If they bid on, like, they can only bid on one route they bid twice a year, at the beginning of the year till December, and then in December they bid for January to June. So the times could change depending on new students coming on or students graduating, because we get a lot of students that do graduate because they age out in December. So it really just depends. And if new families move in, a lot of our regular ed routes don't necessarily change, but our special ed routes could change, and our non-publics.
So is our pay appropriate?
Yes.
We're not.
We are very close to other districts. I have a spreadsheet that I want to say we're maybe 40 cents difference.
There tends to be a nationwide shortage for bus drivers. It's not just something that we are experiencing here in Ramona solely. This is across the county, across the nation. There's just, it's a very hard position. You're having to defensively drive, you're having to mind students, and there's just, it's really difficult to recruit for. And it's not just us here.
And is the shift split then? They bid on a morning route and they bid on an afternoon route?
No, it's all combined. So
Okay.
if they are they have it where it's the first shift and then the second shift and it's all one bid. So they choose which bid they want. Yeah, they don't create their own.
But they're working in the morning, going home, or doing something
Yes.
else in the middle of the day and working in the afternoon?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
really getting paid for how many hours?
A minimum of 6.
Okay,
Yeah, minimum of 6. I don't think there's any less than 6.
okay. Very good, thank you.
Mr. President, we've had 2 evacuations this year, out of nowhere. And your bus drivers have dropped what they were doing, responded, got in their buses, and took care of the evacuation. And they are to be complimented, and you are to be congratulated for that effort.
I'm very happy with my team. I will definitely be passing that on from you guys for sure, because I'm going to say it, they rocked it. They did very, very well, and I couldn't be prouder of my team.
Thanks
So
for
are
those
we.
comments.
Also,
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for bringing that up. I do have a question. When we talk about distance, 2 miles versus 2.5 miles, is that the residence from the school, or is it the residence to the closest bus stop?
It is the residence to the closest school. So as the bird flies from the high school out.
So if we do change, eliminate some stops, consolidate others, students are still eligible to walk to that bus stop. It may be a little farther than the one that we chose to either consolidate or eliminate, but they're still eligible to walk to the next closest bus stop, correct?
Yes, I don't see why not, unless they're already walking.
So do you mean like if walking, they live 2.2 miles from the school, but there's a bus stop that's 1 mile away? Are you asking, can they walk the mile to a bus stop and then hop on the bus?
Yeah, really, yes. But really what I'm thinking is, I saw a comment about an expectation that, and it may have been inflated for a fact, but that we had a middle schooler expected to cross Highway 67.
Right.
And I thought, I don't like that, especially in the area where there's really not a
Right.
stoplight.
It's about that.
But after this presentation, I'm thinking maybe their specific bus stop was proposed to be eliminated, but there are others on the other side of 67, on the west side of 67, that they could have easily gone to catch the bus there. Is that truthful?
Yes and no. We would keep the Vermont stop. I know exactly which comment you're talking about. That's why we'll keep the Vermont stop, and we would get rid of the Hope stop, and it's behind Tractor Supply, so it's actually safer. Our Hope stop is at the end of the 67 in the mailboxes. So everyone in that area behind Tractor Supply and Hope Street and towards Kmart, they'll slowly walk to Tractor Supply at a safer location because we can load behind there and then get out onto the road safer.
So what I'm hearing is we're not eliminating bus service from the west side of Highway 67.
Correct.
We are consolidating stops, and they're still eligible.
Yes.
Although it might not be the most convenient spot for that student to walk to from their home.
Correct. It's about 0.6 miles.
Half a mile further.
To the stop, yes.
Okay.
From the student's home to the stop, or from the old stop to the new?
From the old stop.
From the old stop.
From the old stop.
Okay.
But more central,
Yes.
it seems.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that was in my questions also. You mentioned moving the Hope stop to Vermont, and those streets run perpendicular to each other, so I wasn't quite sure what you meant by that. Like, where are you talking about?
Yes.
Okay. I have a concern that distance isn't the only factor, and Darren talked about that a little bit. Sometimes it's offset by how dangerous that walking route might be. So it sounds like you're considering that, and I appreciate that, and hopefully we can work with families if we make changes to ensure that they do have a safe bus stop that they can get to. Yeah, I don't like that crossing 67 either. We've had a lot of pedestrians hit trying to get across there. So I have a lot of questions, and I don't expect you to answer them right now, and it might be getting into too much detail for what hat I'm wearing today, but sometimes I can't separate out parent, grandparent, board member, right? So when I have questions and concerns, it really is stuff that other caring people might have the same. I would be interested in seeing what our current routes are, what the duration of the ride is for the students on those routes, what it would be if we make changes that are being suggested, maybe a dot map of where our students live and where those bus stops are, and so that I could visualize what that walk might look like for a kid that's trying to get there. And you answered about flexibility and getting to the next stop. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to walk 2 miles or more to school, but they may need to walk to a stop that it could be walking away from the school to get to a bus stop, right? And I don't know, is it more cost effective for us to contract out when we're doing special events like athletics, or is it more beneficial for us to keep it in-house? Do we know that?
I can definitely tell it is cheaper to keep it in-house than to charter it out.
And do those rides get a special rate of pay for the driver?
If it is nights and weekends, yes.
Nights as in after 3 o'clock,
I believe
after
it's
6
after
o'clock,
5
after?
o'clock, I believe.
Or it exceeds 8 hours in a day.
And we have to also watch hours too, because our drivers can't be on clock for
Too many.
16 hours by law.
So is that something we could look at, is how we can make a contract that's enticing for people to want to take those extra? I'm sure we do already, I just don't know what that looks like or what it could look like.
It's just whether or not we can accommodate because of the lack of drivers that we
Right.
have now and them wanting perhaps to go on a midday field trip. Sometimes we may not be able to accommodate due to the lack of drivers and when they're needed for their routes here. So if we have a lack of drivers and we can't accommodate, then we have to charter that out or contract that out, and then it causes the cost of the field trip to increase.
So who pays for the cost of that field trip? transportation?
That is billed to the school site, and usually that is passed on in the cost of the field trip to the families. That's all worked in once they submit a requisition, and we look and see if we can, and I'm sorry, I'm speaking for you.
No,
We
we're
look
a
to-
team here.
We look to see if we can accommodate, and if we can't, then we get a quote, and we see, how much it's going to cost, and then we relay that to the school site and let them know, this is the rate. Or if we can accommodate, it can be accommodated by our school buses, and this is the cost. And then they
Okay.
factor that into the cost of the field trip for the students and pass that on to the families.
Is that the same process for athletic teams that are traveling to other schools?
Yes. So sometimes we do have to call in a sub, depending on what time the schools need to leave, to cover that person's route. And then they can continue on with the field trip, and then a sub covers the end of their route.
So do we have any situations where somebody is only driving for athletics and field trips? Or do they all have to be working regular routes first in order to be eligible?
We don't have anyone currently that just does field trips. And I think we would have to write that in the contract, because I don't think we have a position
we
for
could.
that. Yeah.
We could, if there was somebody who didn't want to commit to an everyday Monday through Friday job, maybe we could create a situation where
But our
somebody
priority
might-
is transporting the students
I
to and
understand.
from school. So it would be, if we got above perhaps that 19 staff level,
with the subs.
yes, that we would even consider possibly, and then that would have to be negotiated, because in the transportation article, there's a whole clause, for lack of a better term, about field trips, and if they can be accommodated, it goes in order by rank or seniority or something. There's a whole,
Yeah, it goes by seniority, and then it goes by time.
So it's just way simpler if we contract out.
Sometimes.
I mean,
Yeah.
if the system is so complicated as what I'm hearing, then it's simpler for us to contract out and be done with it.
We have a program that we use that equalizes the numbers
Just
for us.
food for thought there. And then when it comes to things, particularly athletics, do we have an active booster club at the high school, and do they do anything to help with the cost of these field trips or athletic competitions?
Only active booster club we currently have is the football boosters. Ramona High School used to have a booster club that was Ramona High School Boosters, but that disbanded many years ago. Maybe Mr. Newman remembers when that was. But right now, I believe the only booster club on campus is the football boosters.
That seems unfortunate, although I haven't been there to see how it's operating, but that overall booster club at the high school created a more even playing field for all of the athletic teams and clubs that were operating on campus.
I can say that the secondary schools are really struggling with parent volunteers right now, to the point of even PTSA is disbanding at Ramona High School currently.
Okay. So we need to round up some volunteers to get active. People who like to get online and,
Service.
complain about how things are done, maybe there's an opportunity. All right. I think that concludes my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
I have one. If we cannot provide transportation in-house to an event, we go outside to an outside provider, yes?
Correct.
All right, do we have a list of those providers?
I do, yes.
And is it a competitive bid process for those providers? Do they have to bid on Ramona services?
No. If they have bus drivers available, and they have to be bus drivers who work for school districts, and I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of the right terminology for it right now, but they have to have a special license to transport school students.
All right, and these different providers that you could go to, is the price pretty uniform, or does it alternate?
They're pretty close to the same. I try to reach out to 3 of them at a time, and whoever comes in the lowest, I give that to the school sites. So I reach out to all 3 for if they're available and for pricing.
So there is kind of a bid process.
Kind of, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If we make changes, anytime transportation for people's children is getting changed, it creates some consternation within their household and for us in the community. So if we make changes and notifications go out, will we be able to work individually with each family to try and find solutions that work for them, not just a blanket notice, hey, your bus stop's not there anymore? Can we help them through this process where we maybe have a staff member that has the kind of conversation we had tonight about, yeah, your stop is not there anymore, but we do have this collector stop. It's this distance from your specific address, and try and work through the solutions with them? Is that possible? I don't think it's going to be too many. I think, most students won't be affected.
Yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot affected by the potential proposed changes. However, we will definitely have conversations with anybody who has concerns and see what we can do to try and
Can
accommodate.
that be a part of the approach to these families? While we understand any change can present some challenges, we would like to work with you specifically to find solutions.
We can do that. We can put
been
that in
really
the draft
accommodating.
language and send that to you all ahead of time so that you have time to look at it and review it and make sure that it's
Just really welcoming and accommodating, right? We
Yes,
don't want to create
absolutely.
problems for families.
for sure.
Maya has a few questions.
Yes, so going back to the bus eligibility for upper grades, 2.5 miles and 1 mile for lower grades as the bird flies.
As the crow flies.
As bird flies, yeah. So I read so many parents' complaints about that. They're mocking that as the bird flies distance because it translates often in the real walking distance could be 3-4 miles, maybe
Yes.
3.5 miles, and they're complaining that's too far to walk. Of course, I'm all for parental rights, but also for parental responsibilities. I think maybe parents should be paying more attention to how to transport their kids to school. But nevertheless, when I saw those complaints, I wonder how the transportation department pays attention, addresses the actual walking distance versus as the bird flies.
We actually look up to see how far it is as the crow flies.
Yes, but
In addition
the
to
actual
that-
walking distance can
yes.
be considerably further.
Yes.
It can
As the
be.
crow flies, I'm very close to several schools, but the actual way you would go is 3 times that distance.
And some of what we have done, especially with the stops that we have looked at about wanting to do away with, we've looked at considering and making a station stop. And we've looked at, okay, if, how far is it, even if it, as a crow flies, they're 2.02 miles away, the distance walking would be over 3 miles. So we're not going to ask for that child to walk that. However, we're going to propose that there you go to the station stop that's a 0.6 mile away from where they used to be getting picked up. And that's a safe option for them. We're trying to do something like that rather than just saying,
Yeah.
that's unreasonable.
Yeah, because the information that, was circulating a little bit didn't seem to consider that too closely. And
Yes,
then,
we revisited and we've
very good.
been
Thank you so
looking at all
much.
of
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
Absolutely.
sometimes cart before the horse, right?
Parents were mocking, okay, my child doesn't fly.
Right.
My
Yeah.
child is walking, not flying, so why are we considering flying distance? Also, going back to the route bidding, is anybody driving one route in the morning and different in the afternoon, or is it allowed? Not that it matters, I was just curious. Or it has to be the same route, morning and afternoon?
Not necessarily, it's just how the bid process goes. So we create the routes the morning and the afternoon, and that's one bid.
It's one, okay.
Yeah.
They're combined, they can't be different morning, afternoon. Okay, that's what I was asking.
Typically, though, is it the reciprocal of what they've done in the morning, they're doing in the afternoon?
Correct.
So
Yes.
whatever they're doing in the morning, they're doing the exact opposite in the afternoon, taking them back from where they picked up.
Because we try to keep the kids familiar with their bus
It's the
driver.
same driver, yeah. Okay.
Just as a curiosity, do we have any routes that bus drivers really don't want? I ask this from personal experience. The school that I attended and the bus stop that I walked to was really terrible. We were brats. We were really awful, and it was 2 big, full buses. And yeah, like the dean would come and hang out at our bus stop in the morning to make sure we were behaving. Are there stops?
No
Are
need
there
to
routes
answer
like
that
that?
question.
Maybe
That
not.
people just really don't want?
No need.
There's
Please
probably
don't.
two
Yeah.
routes
That are
Okay,
not desirable?
moving right along, are there any
Yes,
other
please.
questions for staff?
I have a quick question and a comment. First, I want to thank you and your staff for doing 209 days. That's more than a school year of driving. So
Yeah.
remember, all of these people, manager, router, dispatcher, office tech, and driver instructor have day jobs. And so
Yeah,
they are
I saw
driving
that.
kids
Yeah.
morning and afternoon and getting their day jobs done. So
That's why my
it
first
is
questions were, are we paying what we need to pay?
Not
and
easy.
Enticing
Yes,
the way we need
yes.
to entice.
Without that, it would be really in a tough spot. Mrs. Long, I wanted to ask you really quick about what you were talking about, the station stops. Is it a safe statement to say that of the 11 stops, there's 11 stops that are need to be looked at, 3 don't have any students at all, but of the 8, as we combine them and look at station stops, is any student going to have to walk more than 0.6 of a mile? Is 0.6 the furthest station stop?
More
Or they're further?
than they were
More than
today.
they were, yeah.
Oh,
What I'm looking at right now, and it's not finalized, but it's looking as though the proposed consolidation and creation of station stops will have no more than a 0.6 of a mile walking distance.
total walking distance or increase from their current walking distance?
That is, I should say, that's from the stop they were at before to where their stop that they would be going to now.
So increase.
Well,
Increase or
not
decrease if
necessarily.
they move that direction.
It'll be situational by wherever their residence is to that. And I mean, I can go and look and see where each one of these students resides and
That might not be a bad idea.
and
if
map
it's not
that
too
out
many.
and tell you guys the distance.
But no matter what,
for-
0.6 would be the furthest,
No.
because,
The
yeah,
biggest increase.
It's the biggest
furthest from their
increase.
stop, an additional 0.6.
Yes.
Because if they
Yes.
live that direction, it's going to be less than 0.6. But the
Yes.
most
But if
it
they're
would be
already
would be
far-
an additional 0.6.
If they're
Yeah.
already living far and you're
That could
adding
be.
0.6, it
That
might
could
be not
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. And we don't have a choice right now because of the reduction, so, yeah.
I can add that information to your board update next week.
Questions? Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Yes, sir.
Is there an existing map of the bus routes in Ramona?
We do not do
Yeah, I
that
answered that
due to like if there's a restraining order on parents, we don't want parents to know where their bus stop is.
So we have
there
it, we
is
just don't
not.
publish it.
There's not a map of it, no.
Okay.
Wait, there's not a map of our bus routes?
No,
Okay.
because we create them year to year. They're pretty well the same year to year, but
Right.
depending on students, and we do not post them due to
So how do
safety
parents know
reasons.
where their bus stop is?
They get an email or a verbal call from us to tell them where their stop is.
Do we give them a choice of stops?
It's the closest one to their home, unless they're special ed, and then other,
Or a safer route that might be a different stop? When you get out there in the acres, some of these stops are crossing the creek, right?
Yes.
Like, maybe there's a different stop that wouldn't make sense to you, but might make sense to the family if they knew there was another option. Counterintuitive, walking away from the school to get to another stop that might be a
Yes.
safer route for walking.
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. This was an information item only.
You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank
for
you very
answering
much.
So many
And
questions.
you have a very,
Thanks for wheeling in here.
You're welcome.
your ankle feels better.
And I'm kind of glad to hear there are no stops that sound as bad as ours was. We were really terrible.
Next item on the agenda is item
We're
H3.
so bad.
This is the approval of Resolution 2025-2026-28 to authorize the transfer of budgetary funds between expenditure classifications after June 30, 2026 for the 2025-2026 school year.
Governing Board, as part of the year-end closing process, it is necessary for budget and expenditure amounts to shift between expenditure classifications. The district recommends approval of Resolution 2025-2026-28 in order to allow us to properly close the district's books this summer.
Any questions for staff on this? Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
Well, wasn't it on the consent calendar?
No, not on my agenda.
H3.
H3?
H3 is
We're
an
talking-
action item.
Oh, it says consent.
That may be a typo on the agenda itself. It's listed as an action item. So we already heard it. I believe it's an action item. So if we want to be double safe and,
It's always better to take the action
Yep.
when it's on consent than the other way.
I would like to see less of those errors because last time there was also one
Yes.
and we don't know which one is real.
Okay.
Sometimes I did think it was an action item, it was consent, and in the past I did miss an opportunity because I didn't think I needed to pull from the consent. I missed,
your request is noted.
yeah.
So we have a motion and a second, and it's listed as an action item on the agenda. Yes, ma'am?
I didn't get that motion and second.
No one
Okay.
has seconded yet?
You're the first?
Dan made the first. I'll move to second it. Thank you. Yeah, so I want to make sure that we are covering it on both actions, in both sections, just in case. So we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor
Wait.
of Dan's, what?
Oh, we're not discussing?
Do you want to discuss it?
Well, since we are at that, so why not? What amounts of money are we talking about that are going to be transferred back and forth? Wait.
At times during year-end close, if, for instance, there's more budgeted in the 1,000s and there needs to be expenditures in the 5,000s because there was more expenditures that came in that area. For instance, in our special ed department, we always budget under the positions, even though we know it's a contracted out, and that's our way of reconciling our open positions with what we have contracted services for. There needs to be able to move the budgeted amounts. Otherwise, you are constrained to whatever that budgeted amount is and not spending over that based on if this resolution does not pass, we can't properly close our books.
Is this money repaid later?
No,
No, it's just
this is just the actions of recognizing expenditures or any transactions in their areas in the budget classifications.
So money that are not spent, for example, let's say for textbooks, could be moved to maintenance? So,
It all,
so that
No.
does not apply to restricted funds, this resolution?
this applies in all areas of the budget, but we're still under the constraints of whatever restrictions those funding sources have to make sure that we are utilizing them appropriately.
So it's not borrowing, okay, just transferring permanently, unspent.
I think you're confusing this with the next resolution. That is different.
Okay, then what's the difference between
Respectfully.
those two resolutions?
That is for due from transactions, and that's between actual funds, Fund 13, Food and Nutrition Services versus the general fund. That's completely different. This is expenditure classifications. This is your 1,000s, your 2,000s, 3,000s, 4s, 5s, and
Thank you.
6s.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Dan, you made the motion, I made the second? Yeah? Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda, Dr. Thurman, I think we're going to run into the same challenge. It's
Yeah.
listed as action on the agenda,
Yeah,
but it's
consent.
listed as consent on the green sheet.
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry for the discrepancy there.
So let's go ahead and hear it and open,
Okay.
and then,
It was
it was pulled, so
It was pulled.
I think we're okay on this one, but let's
Yes.
go ahead and hear what you have to say. This is agenda item H4. This is the approval of Resolution 2025-2026-29 to establish temporary interfund transfers of special or restricted fund monies.
Thank you. As part of the year-end closing process, it is necessary for the Finance Department to book expenditure transactions that create temporary borrowing situations, also known as due from transactions. It is the district's recommendation that Resolution 2526-29 be approved so that normal routine closing transactions can be processed during the year-end process. And these due froms, I will continue to elaborate on this. This is for instances where another fund, like I said, Fund 13, Food and Nutrition Services, for instance, has to pay the general fund. So we charge them an indirect cost based on their transactions. Once we have all their transactions recognized in their program for the year, the unrestricted general fund can charge that funding source, or Fund 13, a rate of a specific amount on certain expenditure classifications. In order to book that transaction, we recognize and I'm going to get really in the weeds here. It's a two-part transaction. We recognize the expense in Fund 13. We recognize the offset, basically the revenue coming into the unrestricted general fund, and that's that transaction. Well, for every transaction except during year end, there's an offset to the cash balance in that fund. And I apologize because this is getting really, really technical here. That secondary part of the transaction that affects the fund balance, the cash balance for those funds, cannot happen during year end. So what happens is after you close the books, you then have those temporary borrowing amounts sitting in these holding accounts. Then you do the transaction of clearing your due from, because your expenditure remains intact in where it's supposed to. Then the secondary transaction moves the cash from Fund 13 to Fund 1. Or vice versa, depending on whatever transaction it is. And sometimes it's Fund 1 owing Fund 13 because child nutrition provided a catering service and a school site or a department needs to pay a bill. So the funding is owed to food and nutrition. So this is a basic function that happens during the year-end process. And this resolution allows for that to take place. If this doesn't pass, we cannot properly close our books.
Tori, it's okay. Michelle understands.
She gets it, I can guarantee it.
So if there is an expense that was related to food and nutrition, but it was done out of the general fund, and now general has to take that money from food and nutrition?
It can go either way. It's all dependent on the transaction.
My question is why that expense was not done from food and nutrition to begin with?
The food and nutrition
For
sends
example.
an invoice to a department. The department then has to pay that invoice. We do a transaction typically throughout the year with a journal entry, billing a department's or a site's expenditure budget and offsetting it and putting the offset of those funds in Fund 13. Just like at the end of the year, we charge other funds for other transactions, and the offset is the unrestricted general fund.
This is in lieu of writing a check.
Yes.
Are you
And-
saying all expenses are being done from, let's say, whatever general fund, but they're related to different funds, and then you move money to compensate those expenses from the...
No.
No.
Just like you see on the commercial warrant report every month, it tells you what fund those funds are coming out of. Those get drafted automatically out of those funds. These are just interdepartmental, inter-fund transactions. You know, we also bill OPEB, other post-employment, and I'm getting really technical here, I apologize, other post-employment benefits. So the retiree benefits, a certain portion of that gets paid out or charged to any fund that has staff, and it gets amortized out. So it gets charged to Fund 1, Fund 13, and that's a year-end transaction, and that's a due to, due from. There's all different types of transactions that happen at the end of the year.
I admire the fluency you're talking about that. Wow.
Thank you, I've been doing this a long time.
You shouldn't have site and department leaders actually doing transactions. That's all going through your office, and this is...
Correct. They have to sign off on these transactions because they're presented with a bill, and then that bill is signed off, that gets turned into the finance department, just like an invoice would, and rather than writing a check from one to another, we can do it typically throughout the year with a journal entry. It's a whole lot less overhead
Yeah.
than having to enter an invoice, then it gets audited by the County Office of Ed. Actually, transactions still get audited by the County Office of Ed, but then having a check printed and mailing it and all of that. This is much more simplistic, and there's an audit trail, there's a paper trail, and these get sampled by our auditors as well as when there's program audits as well.
So the only thing that I understand, it's temporarily borrowing, like transferring, and then it shall be repaid. So whatever is transferred or borrowed is
It's
repaid.
classified as a temporary borrowing at the time of closing, and then the final, once the cash transactions takes place, the cash transfer, it's finalized.
That's repaid, that's what in the
That's
resolution.
why
says.
it says 120 days.
Yeah, and we have it, all of those repayments in the budget, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
To simplify, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul,
No, there's no
but Peter
robbing.
can afford it. But Peter can afford
No.
We're not robbing.
There's no robbing of anything.
No robbing, okay.
I
it. You're borrowing from Peter
This
to
is
pay
all
Paul.
legitimate transactions. This is all on the up and up. There's nothing fun, there's no funny business, I promise.
Okay, it's just an expression.
I know, but still, I feel like I have to,
How about you expression
I
and
have
make
to
a
be
motion?
specific.
Is it appropriate
Yes.
now to make
I
a motion
move to approve.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, and I second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any last chance? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
You guys.
Next item on the agenda is item H5. This is the approval of the Ramona Unified School District budget for 2026-2027 school year. I do have a speaker slip on this one. Mr. Bill Adelson, will you come forward and be heard? If I can find my phone, I'll be your timer. Who has a phone
Oh,
here?
I do.
Okay.
Fine.
Sir, you'll have 3
Bill's
minutes.
not going to talk too long. I know he won't.
You have 3 minutes, sir. Mrs. Perfect will be your timer.
Yes.
I'm sure these two issues on the budget are probably silly, but they jumped out at me. I am looking at page 3 of the budget. Other local revenue. When I go down, there's a line, community redevelopment funds, not subject to LCFF deduction. And that is zeroed out from last year and zeroed out going forward. These would be, tell me if I'm wrong, these would be permit fees paid by developers, no? A new, somebody getting a permit to build a home or a new building?
No. Go ahead.
All right, I have permission to answer.
Thank you.
That redevelopment funds are something completely different, and the developer fees that you are referring to are shown in Fund 25. And they're in a totally different, separate area of the budget. I'm happy to reach out to you, and I can point you to the pages to look at for that if you would like.
Can you just say how much those were over the last 12 months?
Give me just
All
a
right,
moment.
Bill, you're going to get me in trouble because we're not
Yeah.
supposed to go back and
it's
forth.
okay. She can, Tori can tell me later. That would be fine.
Okay, I will respond to you in an email.
The second one I have is, this is expenditures by object. I'm on page 5. and I'm on debt service. So there's two lines. One is debt service and one is other debt, is debt principal. I'm just assuming, looking at that there must have been a board resolution sometime in the last 10 years that said we are going to pay down principal on the debt under a schedule, I guess, and that occurs each year at a certain amount. Because otherwise I don't understand why principal on a debt would be an expenditure of a company, an organization. It would be a liability, principal on a debt.
Sir, we have your question noted. Staff will reach out to you and clarify your question if necessary. If not, respond to it.
You want me to respond?
Not really. I don't want to get into
You want
back
him to
and forth. Now, you know what, our audience is so small, it's not an issue, but I don't want to start the,
It would
when
set
we
a
have a,
precedent.
when we have a room full of
Questions in
people.
the next 15 seconds, maybe a board member will ask them.
Okay,
It's just a big number, and it just jumped out, and it says principal on a loan.
your question's noted.
Okay.
If a board member doesn't ask, staff will be in contact with you. How's that?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do any board members have questions for staff on this item? Oh, sorry. We should have you present first,
Yes.
and then we'll open it up to questions. My apologies. The floor is yours.
You're more than welcome to make a motion and
Oh,
just
well.
take care of it right now,
Let's at least give you your due on your last meeting here.
if you must. Okay. President Drum and board members, the proposed 26-27 district budget was presented at the June 11th board meeting, and the required public hearing commenced at that time. During that presentation, you received detailed information on projected general fund revenues and expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year, along with a multi-year financial projection. It was also mentioned during the board meeting that we expect there will be modifications that will need to be made as a result of the state's enacted budget once that happens. Any material changes resulting from the state's enacted budget will be provided to the board and the public as a 45-day budget revision. The information will be presented as an information item at the August board meeting and will be incorporated into the 26-27 budget presentation that is, budget information, I beg your pardon, that is presented at the September board meeting when the 25-26 unaudited actuals will be presented. At this time, the district is recommending approval and adoption of the 26-27 budget as previously presented on June 11th.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff on this item?
I have none. Do you?
Okay.
Any questions?
I have a comment. I don't have a really question, but
Sure.
sure.
Go ahead.
Now's
Okay.
our time.
Well, I appreciate that we are so thorough in every detail when we prepare the budget, but in general, I understand that our budget has a deficit spending built in for now. Also, I understand that it's legal, and we're trying our best to reduce that deficit spending. I understand it's legal to have this kind of unbalanced budget due to declining enrollment and due to increased pension and healthcare costs and state funding formulas. However, I also understand it's not ideal long-term. So in the future, I would like to urge staff and the board to accelerate the reductions outlined in the next resolution, 31, and present to us more balanced options. Repeated deficit spending erodes reserves, risks county intervention, and shifts burdens to future boards and students. And I don't think I can support a budget that includes deficit spending and relies on drawing down reserves. We have a fiduciary responsibility to live within our means, protect our 5% reserve policy, and avoid kicking structural problems down the road. Drawing down the reserves repeatedly to cover deficits is not sustainable long-term. The proposed cuts of $3.5 million next year and $3.2 million the year after that still produce an unbalanced budget with deficit spending. So it means that those cuts are not deep enough and need to be bigger because we don't expect any more revenue. We are not projected to have more revenue. So if we don't make bigger cuts, we will have to use our additional 2% reserve. But that it's not what it's supposed to be used for. This 2% reserve is specifically for economic uncertainties, as indicated on one of our sheets. The term economic uncertainty refers to a lack of predictability. So it's something that's unpredictable regarding future economic conditions, when businesses or individuals cannot reliably forecast what the financial environment will look like. The projected budget deficit itself is not an economic uncertainty. It is a known and foreseeable condition that has been identified years in advance. Repeated deficit spending, is, I don't think that's sustainable long term.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for staff? Is there a motion on this item?
I move to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second that motion. Any other final comments or questions for staff?
Just clarifying, does this item include drawing down reserves below the 5% threshold set in this district?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. I've called the question.
Okay.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. We have two.
Aye, but I am curious about Maya's comment after.
I can
we
ask it after the vote.
Sure. We have three members who support the motion. Anybody opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so the motion carries 3-1. Maya, you have another question?
Yeah, just noticed that we have ending balance projected to be 12 million, which is way above 5% reserves. So how did we plan our budget to have, I don't know what percentage it is, but 12 million to end up with such a large ending balance?
We have commitments in future years that we have those funds committed for, which will be in a subsequent board item. And that over the years, as well as the spending in the future years, will deplete that fund balance and decrease it.
So it's basically money that's supposed to be spent in the future years. So it's basically part of the budget for the next year, whatever year or two, with the ending balance.
Correct.
That money is de facto or in effect part of the next year's budget.
Yes. If you have ending fund balance this year and your expenditures exceed your revenues in the following year, you're essentially going to draw down on that fund balance, but we're not going to be going under the 5% in any of those years. Otherwise, we would have to file a qualified budget.
Are we
Or a
scheduled with this kind of budget to be having to dip into our 5% reserves past?
We will be,
in 3 years.
as I stated at the June 11th meeting, the budget that's been built that we are asking you to adopt right now will most likely change due to what is expected to be enacted by the state with regards to a 4.31 COLA, with additional funding for special education, with the additional one-time SPUD bug grant that is expected to come out again for 26-27. And as I stated at the during my presentation, if all expenditures remain the same and don't change, we should absolutely be able to reduce the amount of budget reductions that have been put into the multi-year projection, as well as potentially reducing also the transfer of funds from Fund 17. But in all those years in the multi-year projection, we're still there to meet the 5%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next item on the agenda is item H6. This is the approval of Resolution 2025-2026-30 to update committed fund balances in accordance with the Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB, Statement 54, and Board Policy 3100.
Thank you very much. With the approval and adoption of the 26-27 budget, it is necessary to adopt a resolution to update the district's committed fund balance in accordance with GASB Standard 54 and Board Policy 3100. The information outlined in this resolution is consistent with what was presented during the budget presentation at the June 11th board meeting and with the SACS documents. The district recommends approval of this resolution to commit fund balances for the purposes specified in the resolution for the 26-27 fiscal year.
Any questions for staff on this item? We do not have any speaker slips. Any questions for staff?
No, I move approval.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any last chance opportunity for questions for staff? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously of those present. Next item on the agenda is item H7. This is the approval of Resolution 2025-2026-31 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed in 27-28, in school year 27-28 and school year 28-29, to require that a list of budget reductions for 24 through 28 be included in the 26-27 first interim report.
Wow.
I
Good
beg
job,
your
Mayor.
pardon, because that should be
Yep.
in the last sentence there. It should say 2027, 28.
Thank you.
Be included in the 26-27 first interim report.
Thank you very
I
much.
beg your pardon. With regards to H7, this is the final resolution requiring approval this evening from Administrative Services. This pertains to the budget reductions that are identified in the budget for beginning in 27-28. As I stated earlier and during the the budget presentation on June 11th, we expect that the state's enacted budget will be finalized very soon, and that more revenue will be coming to Ramona Unified School District. If expenditures remain the same as what we have in the budget currently for 26-27 and potentially the out years as well, and more revenue is allocated to the district, it is very possible that these budget reductions amount will change and will decrease. The district will need to create a budget stabilization plan based on whatever amount the anticipated reductions end up being. The goal of this plan is to develop a multi-year strategy that ensures fiscal solvency and maintains it, and maintains the high-quality programs and services that Ramona Unified School District provides. Additionally, when the 26-27 first interim report is submitted for your approval in December, we will also be required to submit to SDCOE a detailed list of proposed reductions for the out years. At this time, the district recommends approval of resolution number 25-2026-31, identifying the need to implement budget reductions in 2027-28 and 2028-29.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yes. Are those reductions going to produce balanced budget without deficit spending?
They will help with alleviating that, and if most likely, if the district can maintain and not exceed in expenditures, they will get a lot closer and most likely be able to get to a balanced budget.
Thank you.
I don't know if it will happen in 28, 29, but it will happen, I'm sure, after that. What really needs to stabilize is our declining enrollment, because if that declines, we have to continually reduce expenditures, because we will not materialize all of the potential LCFF funding that we could receive, and that is our bread and butter, and as well as potentially looking at having some other option for addressing our facility needs that right now greatly impact the unrestricted general fund.
So, and but we already have those reductions having in mind projected decline in enrollment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we already
We have
budgeted
used
for
assumptions in the multi-year
assumptions, yeah,
projection
okay.
to assume that. And hopefully they don't come to fruition. Hopefully it stabilizes. Hopefully it increases or at least flattens. That would be awesome.
And when you said if decline in enrollment will continue, are we talking about a bigger decline in enrollment than we're projecting?
No.
That will
No, the assumptions presented at the June 11th meeting is a decline of 100 students a year. And
Thank you.
that is based on what we are currently experiencing as well as taking into account the housing projects that are happening within the district's boundaries.
Okay, any other questions for staff? This is an action item.
I'll move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Last chance for questions? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously of those present. Next item on the agenda is item H8. This is the approval of acceptance of gifts.
Governing Board, for my final board item with Ramona Unified School District, I am pleased to present to you 2 generous donations for your acceptance for Hanson Elementary and either the school site or a program at their school site. The district recommends accepting these donations.
I'll move approval of acceptance of these very generous gifts.
So motion, I'll second this. Sorry, Dan, I saw you moving in.
You beat me to it.
You had your chance, brother. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously of board members present.
I do want to thank the very active Hanson PTA for making this donation to their school campus with the golf cart. That's a spread out school. They need
I
it.
know what to do with that.
Yeah. No, not you.
No, darn.
And the Ramona Garden Club, who noticed the media surrounding the Hanson Elementary Garden Club and the donation that was made, I think on our last agenda, we approved that. And the Garden Club hosted some students from Hanson at their summer luncheon in the park. It was beautiful. Thank you to them.
Well said. Moving on, next item on the agenda is item I1. This is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Drum. This will be much shorter than usual to respect everybody's time here. I really, again, can't emphasize enough how much I want to thank all of our employees for a positive school year and the great work that has already been taking place, started the day school got out. We just had our year-end lunch with our administrators yesterday. We thank them for the heavy lifting they did throughout the year and supporting their sites and departments. We also encourage them now to spend time and energy with those friends and family who have supported them throughout the year and to really make sure they're regenerating themselves and re-energizing them. This is also the time of year where we look back at what went well, what changes need to be made, and in order to improve services to our school sites and to all employees. Cabinet has already been in full-day meetings regarding the 26-27 school year and ways to make improvements based on available data and staff input. We're really excited about this next year. We have a lot of work to do as we work toward continuous improvement across all school sites within Ramona Unified. Thank you.
Before we move on, I failed to provide a readout from action taken in closed session.
Yes.
The action taken in closed session was item B2. This is the public employee performance evaluation. During closed session, the board delivered an evaluation to the superintendent, and the way Ed Code reads is we have the opportunity to either say that he is performing in a satisfactory fashion or an unsatisfactory fashion, and that's our limitation. Let it be known that we have reported out and rated the superintendent to be satisfactory. Personally, I will say that, period. Moving on. I will say that the board found that his performance was better than satisfactory. And I personally felt that it was a fine job throughout the year. I'll give anybody else the opportunity, but I failed to provide that readout, and my most humble apologies to the group. Having said that, we will move on to board member comments. Let's start with you, Mr. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to publicly thank Tony Newman. I spent 25 years at the VA hospital in La Jolla, working there. And for a period of that time, I watched the Mormon temple being built across Highway 5. And I always wondered, this beautiful architectural temple, I always wondered what was inside of it. Well, the Mormon Church offered an opportunity to tour the temple. And my wife and I took Mr. Newman's generous offer up on it, and we went and toured the inside of that temple. Let me tell you, the inside is breathtaking. It is every bit as beautiful inside as it is outside. It's comprised of rooms with different purposes. Each room is architecturally quite a bit different than the next. They all have specific purposes, and they are all quite beautiful. Mr. Newman, my wife isn't here, but we really enjoyed it, and thank you so much for your invitation.
Anything else, sir?
I was raised Roman Catholic. I can still say the Mass in Latin, but I very much enjoyed the temple.
Okay.
I'll go last if that's okay.
Okay, absolutely. Maya?
So I'll try to keep it shorter than intended originally, but still I'm working on it, and I will try to keep it entertaining. I will also separate which part is for the public, which one part is more addressed to board members. So I will make those distinctions.
Thank you, Maya.
I want to share the latest news about the U.S. Court of Appeals blocked California from enforcing key provisions of AB 1955. The court found that the state ban on school districts adopting parental notification policies violates parents' constitutional rights. So the last obstacle for school districts has been removed. Whatever fear of the state the districts might have had, that's now eliminated. Mandatory parental notification policies are now completely legal. Saying that we are already in compliance and that my item is not needed is not a valid reason to reject my request. I, as a board member, have a right to place an item on the agenda, and repeatedly refusing to place my requested items on meeting agendas effectively rejects them and denies a board member the right to represent their constituents. If other board members are opposed to my proposed policies or any other documents, they have a right to vote no on it, just as I have the right to place it on the agenda. With that, I'm rescinding my offer I made at the June 11th board meeting to consider a mandatory parental notification policy BP 5020.1 at a later date. And I'm requesting once again, as I did in March, April, and May, that the following action items be placed on the next meeting's agenda in open session. Item 1, adoption of a board resolution upholding parental rights. Item 2, adoption of district guidance on parental rights and notification. Item 3, direction to begin the formal process for a full standalone parental notification policy. Board Policy 5020.1. All documents are ready to go and were submitted to the Superintendent and Board President back in March. A standalone policy is the strongest and fully mandatory. A board resolution and non-binding district guidance require no bargaining. I'm trying to shorten it. So
While
this
you're looking,
balanced.
may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Forgive me. Did you say you are rescinding a previous request?
No, rescinding
Okay.
my offer. Last time I offered to consider the full board policy at a later date and start just with board with resolution of parental rights and district guidance, which are 2 different documents, because total was 3. They're all different.
Okay, so you're not rescinding your previous request?
I'm just rescinding my offer to postpone it until full policy until later date.
Understood.
Now I'm going back to all 3 items.
Understood.
Yes. It's because I was trying to compromise. Let's start with 2 non-binding documents.
Understood.
And then maybe look at the policy a little later. And since now the court struck prohibition on adopting those mandatory policies,
Understood.
the last obstacle, districts were probably scared of doing so.
I think I understand.
No longer they need to fear the state's heavy hand about this.
I think I understand.
Okay. So this balanced approach demonstrates to the community that we are taking parental rights seriously now. The next thing, I'm again respectfully submitting my agenda item request from November that the following action item be placed on the next meeting agenda. That's all procedural. I have to do it because it's in our governance documents. So I'm requesting action item, direct the superintendent to initiate formal reconsideration of the Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian by Sherman Alexie for continued inclusion in the grades 7 to 12, revised secondary core literature list, all other approved supplemental lists, and required/recommended use in any RUSD curriculum, with report and recommendation to return to the board no later than the October 2026 meeting. This is aligned with AB 1078 and school libraries remain unaffected. More details are outlined in my officially submitted agenda item request. The next thing that's been more prominent in the news every day, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, with relation to the screen time. Like probably we all heard, San Diego Unified approved a resolution this week to limit technology use and screen time in classrooms. It prohibits students' use of YouTube on districts' one-on-one devices, bans student use of AI tools and chatbots, and eliminates one-on-one device use for grades TK to 8. This aligns with broader trends, including similar moves in other large districts.
May I interrupt you? I believe we have the meat and the potatoes of your request. I would ask that you refrain from going into it in detail and advocating for or against your request so that it does not poison the waters and prevent us from bringing it back to this group as an agendized item.
Although quote the resolution, I'm not advocating for one side or another.
Okay.
So the resolution of San Diego Unified literally states a couple of sentences. A growing body of research indicates that excessive screen time, screen use, including gamification of learning, negatively impacts student attention, mental health, and overall well-being.
Excuse me for interrupting you, and I apologize. The superintendent has already received this message loud and clear, that we would like to have this topic back for conversation. I really, really am asking you to limit advocating or giving the appearance of advocating for one side or the other, and save that for a conversation, a meaningful conversation that this board can have on an agendized item in the future. I think you are seriously in danger of poisoning the waters and violating and preventing this from coming back to us as an agendized item if there is a detailed conversation or even comments about a non-agendized item tonight. Do what you want, but you may be preventing this from coming back to us by your behavior.
With all due respect, I think board member comments are not restricted.
They're not restricted, but I'm telling you, if you go into detail, we will ask legal counsel to advise whether it is a violation of the Brown Act if we put it on a future agenda. I'm not telling you don't do it. I'm trying to warn you against doing it. I'm not preventing it. I don't have that ability. But what I'm really trying to do is tell you, if you continue, you may be jeopardizing our ability to put items that you are discussing in this portion of the meeting on a future agenda. Do what you want, but you've been warned.
Because all it really takes is for one of us to have a reaction of any sort to your comments in favor or against, for us to have then had a conversation back and forth that on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. We need to avoid having engagement on items that are not on the agenda, because there may be community members that want to hear all of this from all of us. And if you provide too much of it here and any one of us reacts, then we're in trouble. So you're kind of putting us in a box here.
You've got two very experienced board members trying to warn you. You either choose to take that warning or choose to ignore that warning.
It's the same as how we can't go back and forth with a public speaker. We can't go back and forth with you, but we have to stay here and hear all of your arguments on one side or another without responding by law, and that's not really fair to us.
And we've had this warning before, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a board member threatened to get up and walk out on that conversation during board comments for that very reason.
Not in anger, just in compliance.
So, do what you want.
So that was a quote from their resolution, so I can't read the quote.
I'm not gonna get into a back and forth with you. I'm telling you, I am trying to warn you. If you want to continue this course of action, this board will have to suffer the consequences of your comments. Perhaps we'll have to suffer the consequences of your comments. You have got two experienced board members trying their hardest to warn you about this section of your commentary. Again, probably the third or fourth time I've said it, do what you want, heed the warning or don't heed the warning, but we may be forced to not specifically list an agenda on the item in the future because of action taken during public comment section. I'm done, move on. Do what you want.
I'm going to draft and propose the same resolution for our district and officially submit it for the next board meeting. With regard to cell phones, I heard from teachers that the way our cell phone policy is implemented for younger students isn't very effective. The kids are still constantly getting their phones out, which puts teacher in the position of constantly being the phone police, or if they don't want to police it, then the students are just staying on their phones. I wonder if it's a better way would be to require students to place their phones in a container when they enter the classroom and retrieve their phones when they leave the classroom, so the teacher doesn't have to constantly police students' compliance with the phone policy, which adds to teachers' stress and increases distractions. That's for high school. But since elementary and middle school students are not supposed to use phones even during passing periods and lunch, I wonder maybe the best practice would be to ensure compliance with our policy would be to have students have their phones in secure location when they enter the school, and so they can retrieve them when they leave school for the day. Then we will see a real removal of phone distractions, improve teacher working conditions, and maybe we will see measurable improvement in student focus and academic achievement.
Okay, I want to state for the record that no requests for items to be agendized have been refused or rejected by either me or the superintendent. Another thing I have to do is, I'll wait on this until we're done with board comments. I want to thank staff. I want to thank Tori for the fantastic work she's done for us during your tenure here. This is your last board meeting. Thanks very much, and I wish you the best in your new position with your new district. I just want to wish the best summer to all colleagues on this board and all staff who get time off. and thank those who continue to come to work and perform at a very high level every day throughout the summer. So much appreciated. Don?
Okay, kind of the same. So I know that there are many, many people in our community that think our schools are closed for the summer and that things are quiet. They are not. I've had more opportunity this summer than ever before to spend time on a couple of our school campuses where I have seen really active things happening with Thrive, with our extended school year kids. I've seen what look to be some fire science classes maybe happening over there in the high school. I see sports teams happening. I see maintenance crews all over the place. And I see food and nutrition services working very, very hard. As most of you know, we do have free lunches for all students all children in the community of Ramona at two of our school sites, Ramona Elementary and Ramona High School, offering both breakfast and lunch. And because I'm a really busy grandma with a lot of little ones, I've taken children to those lunches a number of times now already, and it is amazing to see what our food and nutrition services are working with and what they're providing. I'd been at Ramona Elementary a number of times, and then today went to Ramona High School and took some pictures of some little kinder and TK kids, future bulldogs, out there running around the campus, and they absolutely loved it. The food is good, the atmosphere is wholesome, and kudos to our employees that are working through the summer and making those great things happen. On a happy note also, I just want to mention happy birthday to President Drum and Dr. Thurman. It is their birthday actually today as we speak, and they've spent it now here with all of us. I'm sure there are places you might have rather have been, but thank you for sharing the day with us and showing up to do the work of the district.
Thank you, ma'am.
That concludes my report.
Much appreciated. And
happy birthday.
Thank you. And your kind words for staff are certainly appropriate, and I'm sure echoed by all.
Well, I'm being incognito as much as I can,
Yeah.
right? Because it's summer, I don't have to have an escort or, all of us together or a name tag. And so sometimes things are happening, and, one day an employee looked at me point blank and said, well, does that have to be that way? I'm like, oh, you don't know who I am. I'm just here as grandma, right? I have no idea.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Thank you again. Next item on the agenda is item I-4, which are dates to remember. We do have a regularly scheduled board meeting on July 13th. Is there any opposition from any member of the board present in canceling that meeting due to lack of board business that requires board action?
Are we sure we'll have nothing?
As of right now, we have nothing on the agenda, and we did plan it that way. Do we want to wait until 2 weeks before July 13th? And then if there is a reason, the superintendent will reach out to the board members and notify us that we will be requiring to have a meeting on the 13th. If not, I would ask the superintendent to take the initiative to notify the board members that there is no business. We are interested in canceling that meeting and notify the public appropriately.
Can I just add, we would be safer to take action now simply because we do have it as a regular meeting. We did put, if needed, an optional when we selected this. It would be favorable to take action now if that's the board's desire to cancel that officially.
Define take action. Is that give direction?
Give direction.
Okay.
Give direction, sorry.
Perfect. Anybody opposed to direction to cancel the meeting on the 13th? And if necessary, notify, and go ahead and notify the public, and if necessary, make the appropriate notifications to hold the meeting. Is that direction okay by everybody?
I think we need to take into consideration mid-July vacations, this particular group, surgeries. it's mid-July, and those things will weigh heavily, perhaps. I'm in favor of skipping July.
So no opposition to that direction?
No.
Are we unanimous in that direction? I'm
It
good
just,
with it.
for me, it would just be wait until, we're a little closer and we're 100% sure before actually pulling the plug.
Okay, I think the superintendent has clear direction. I don't hear any opposition. So consider it done. Next item on the agenda is J1, excuse the closed session if needed. There is no necessity to go to closed session, therefore we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for sticking around the whole time, both of you. And I hope you guys have a good weekend.